Be careful there. There's no bottom down here. That right there, that's the whole market. I'll be on in just a bit. I'm in a meeting here. Someone's getting crazy in here. You see the VIX rising right now? It's like VIX is rising right now, and there's like a trap here for bulls.
Shortly expecting the US Baker Hughes data. At 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Bowman, who speaks in a moderated conversation at the Alabama Bankers Association Bank CEO meeting. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Just 1 second, guys. Here I come.
At 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Bowman, who speaks in a moderated conversation at the Alabama Bankers Association Bank CEO meeting. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A from the moderator.
Here I come, guys. Sorry about that. So we got some real wonkiness going on here. Give me just a second. So like the gamma in the market is drying up. I want to show you guys something here. Give me a quick second. All right, so the gamma in the market is getting wonky. Gamma flip is now higher. I mean, there ain't nothing down here. Let's see if I can show you guys this. It's like the gamma flip local support. 12. Just check this out.
From Fed's Bowman.
So the gamma flip is at 56 or 5680, just above it, 5682. This is also the put wall too. There's no like put gamma down below. Well, this is gamma that matters at least because we're coming in the end of the month, right over the weekend into Monday. There is like a trap down here. There's no market down here. Is that a better way to explain it? There's no gamma that matters down here. What else is wonky is that there's a giant gamma bar on 5750. It's like a magnet. And it's right here where this local resistance is. We just came down. We actually just dropped below it. It's just like a magnet. It's like
operation.
Hit it, ricochet off it, bounce above it, ricochet back into it again. And now the market is like parked right here, and there's like nothing underneath. Zero. You can see it on Bookmap. Let me show it to you really quick here. Hold on here. And there's like nothing here. It's like empty market down here. There's nothing down here. It's just like a. You don't see this too often. This is like a function. I think of just end of quarter, end of quarter options expiry heading into today and then Monday. There was a bunch of questions yesterday. I was talking to some friends who were discussing like is end of month today or is it on Monday? And we were discussing our Q1. We were closed on the Friday of Q1 for a holiday.
Take 430.
And the market gapped up into that Monday. So it's kind of tricky here. It's tricky. The only thing that I can tell you is that I would think that the market would puke on Monday at open. That's because that's the actual month end. But I don't know about today or over the weekend. And I think there's a fair chance of us gapping over the weekend as well. Or gapping in as that as those hedging flows come in. But it's kind of sketchy here. So, and here's another thing too is that last night, GS said that the main flow today consisted of a large ES put spread buyer spending $65 million in premium throughout the day, equivalent to $1.8 billion in delta sold. We also saw a buyer of 5,000 in SPX 30th of September 55.50, 50.30 or 53.50 put spreads for $43.50. The desk still likes selling VIX puts to fund call spreads out to October. So you can look at that two different ways. There's nothing underneath. So if we start to crash at any point, it's going to get nasty. And we kind of already knew that too, right? As we squeeze up higher and higher and higher, this is all functions of all these squeezes higher are all functions of the nightmare scenario that Miguel told us about, right? And he made that warning that for all of these squeezes higher, it's like all else equal, we will come back down to reality at some point. This is the same thing as crashing down to a bottom, right? You get that last leg down, and the bounce is vicious. So I mean, it's there. You can see it. There's no market underneath where we are right now. And there's a. Let me show you this gamma bar really quick. It's kind of insane to even show it to you guys, but let me show you this really quick here. And I'm writing a brief about it right now, and it's a tough one. It really is. So I mean, just look at this thing. This is all the gamma that matters right now in SPX. This bar. This is 5750. So underneath it, doom and gloom. Above it, we keep banging this stuff out up here. Where is the dip buy? Where is the dip buy? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't think we crash here, but there's like nothing underneath the market. There's literally nothing. There's a whole bunch of this like gamma down here. If you want to see it, there's a bunch of bars down below. They don't matter though right now. But I'll give them to you. There's one here at 5680, 5650, 5600. I would say, if you wanted to say this would be the put wall maybe, or actually this would be the put wall right here, and this would be like a major, resistance. So 5625, if it starts to matter, if it begins to matter, if that begins to matter, but for right now it doesn't. I mean, just look at this. This is insano right here. I'm assuming they want this to print. And then the next scary part is, of course, when we get into Monday and Tuesday, how much of this expires. And then the market really can start moving at that point. So we'll keep an update, or we'll update it as we get into Monday. We'll find out more. I would say right about now 5625. So let's take a look at this here. Now here's the gamma flip, right? 5625 is the daily trigger, and that makes sense. But that's a pretty big drop, right? I mean, let's take a peek at that right there. If we make that sweep lower over the weekend, we if we begin breaking through support, we are easily can drop right down here and just sweep all that right up like it's nobody's business. CJJ used call lots down here too. So 5625, that would be closing the gap back here. If you were on triggers here, and this thesis remains alive right now. That's the craziest part, is like this thesis still works even if we swept lower. And we've done this before. I'm going to show you an example of this. So the thesis here would be this. This is still valid, believe it or not. And with no gamma in the markets in that 5750, we don't know how much expires, right? If it expires, the market's free to do what it wants. We can literally sweep down here and then go back to do the continuation into the first week or two of October. And I'll show you an example of that right now. Or how that would play out. It's a hard one. I got some spreads on right now into Monday. So let me see here. Show you this here. Show you the how it would still remain viable, and it's right here. Just show you this right here. Like, so this is month end, or this is the first right here. So here's month end, right? Of the last quarter, right? Pound it out. You get the high, pound you down, pound you down, pound you down. And then you come in on Monday and Tuesday, and it's like super ramp, straight up. But you get that dip in there too. And if you're looking at where we are right now, kind of looks similar, doesn't it? That's not too far off, right? you get up here and you swing low and then you take out those highs over here. Option 2 is we just literally at the end of into the bell, we gap up into Monday. So it's really is pick your poison. Go down for a swoop and then higher. Start hitting out that finally take out that 57.75, take out 5,800 and potentially 6,000, or a fake out doom trade. And here is that that 56.20 is right down there to the upside. So just be aware of the potential to move lower into tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday. There's some hanky panky down there, and there's something else to be watching here too, which is velocity on a daily basis was unimproving. So you can see this here. It was on the decline and began to improve yesterday, and today it's improving, believe it or not. And we closed green yesterday, and we super ramped before after hours. So daily velocity improved yesterday, and we are losing hourly velocity though. So that comes back to the there's a window of weakness into the weekend, but not necessarily the market weakening. So you get the swing low into the weekend maybe, and then we swing higher on an hourly basis, intraday basis. But the daily velocity is improving right now. So I would say that worst case scenario, there would be an alternate path lower over the weekend into, let's say, Monday. Let's say Monday close. You get some hedging activity, but then we go straight back into this move right here. Something like that right there. But this isn't just an alternate trade. This would be the bear thesis. Now, there's something else here too that, or that would be important, which would be any like rejections down below. You get if you get the new low, let's say blast down, right, and you caught the new low into a closing bell, your daily velocity would begin to unimprove again, of course, get negative, and there'd be a huge bull trap into end of October, middle of November. And that path is still there. That down path into November at some point is still viable. Even if we trade all this stuff up here, that path is still there to the downside. I want you to realize that this upside price action, right, is I didn't know how to word it this week. I listened to a private video from Larry Williams, and he said it very well. He said it better than I can say it, and I agree with him on this. Here, let me see if I can explain it how Larry Williams explained it. He said that he didn't care. We can do an hour. Is that correct? Like November 15th? How about a 4-hour chart? His point was right about here. He made a valid point that I tend to agree with. And we see stuff like this let me show you this really quick again. I'll show you this really quick here. So I want you to think about this here, okay? Just this last quarter. Not that we're going to trade the exact same quarter. But there's some like bam, bam kind of stuff. And I just want to I don't know how to word this, but he doesn't care where price is. He doesn't care if we roll down now, if we don't roll down, if we just got like right here. His only point is that the weakest time of the quarter, the new quarter, the weakest time of the quarter, right, is this 15th. Let me move this aside here. Right in here, this like 15th, October 31st. Let me drink some water. I'm losing my voice again. I don't know if I'm sick or I'm losing my voice, but I think I might be sick. His point is that he doesn't care where price is, if it's higher or if it rolls down into this zone. He doesn't care if price is up here, here, here. He doesn't care. He just says that this is your strongest time of the year from this point right here. And he doesn't care if the price is up here. He doesn't care if the price is down there. So as a bull, and McGilligot's talked about this as well. He's like, you go into the nightmare scenario, we trade it higher, but all else equal, the moment we stop doing that, there's risk to this downside over here. So, as a bull, the easiest thing to do is where you're not gambling is you just become a buyer in this area. Or in this time frame, you become a buyer because things are expected to get strong to the upside. And that's, I don't know how else to say that to you. Patience rewards those that wait until we get into the 31st and the 15th, and that erases your election volatility. It erases your Fed meeting, and lets data come through. It's like the wrapping up the year, and this should be bullish for, at minimum mid-January. Could extend even into March, believe it or not, February or March. The strength of the market. So you're like that expectation of being able to buy in this zone. And we've basically priced in. You don't want to hear this, and I realize that a lot of you don't want to hear this. We have priced in Kamala Harris winning. If Trump wins, I would expect a bloodbath. They did this the last time when he ran. They priced in like a like they price all this in. Then if he wins, it's like boom, downtown we're going, and that's another unknown right now. I know that all of you think, hey, Harris is going to win. It's right here out there. That's what the news is saying. But I'll tell you what, I've heard that about a lot of different candidates. I heard it about Bernie Sanders, and Democrats love talking up wins that they never get, right? Hillary Clinton, shoo-in to win. I remember sitting up that night, and she was blown out like nobody's business. So there's risk in here, real risk. And if you're gonna if you're like a person that relies upon, like I can't lose, or I want to buy the market. There's real danger in here. There's real danger into this election, and you want some of that. You want some of that volatility behind you rather than, hey, I'm all balls to the wall in on the market right now heading into this stuff. That just sounds like lunacy to me, to be honest, to be quite frank and honest with you. Even if they price in a Trump win. So someone last night told me, what if they're afraid of Trump winning? So they price in 6,000 before we get to the election so they can crash it for Trump. That's valid, but it doesn't matter. It's still, as a bull, you're still just waiting down here because you don't know if they're going to price that in and crash it. So it's just like there's a zone or there's a time frame where it's easier for you to say, yep, the election's over. We've decided who the president is. I don't care if it's Kamala. I don't care if it's Trump. We've got the last Fed meeting. We got our next 50 BPS. We got a bunch of data in. and everything's working out honky-dory, or even we crashed it, everything's horrible, and you still get to buy that dip for your holiday rally, your January, February, March. So as a trader, yeah, plan on this move, but you should be hedged. I'm going to warn you of that right now. We're heading into the end of month. We're heading into a lot of gamma coming off the market. I just showed you that one bar that matters, right? The rest of it doesn't. We start making moves lower and higher, and more gamma will become important. And then on Monday, you get hedging flows right when we open up the market that day. It's like, boom, hedge, 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 hedge. And, things are going to get spicy. And the market gets reined back in again. And, things can get spicy. So if I were a bull, if I was a buyer or a bull, some kind of hedging in here or some volatility. And I'll show you the VIX 9-day really quick, bottom right-hand side. Hold on here. I'm going to show you the VIX 9-day. VIX already climbing right now. Do you see it? Like VIX is moving higher right now. You don't even have to pick direction. If the market goes up, we're going to have a VIX spike. If the market goes down and starts blasting down into the 15th of November, the VIX is going to spike. And not only that, but the VIX is in a buy zone. This is a great place to buy the VIX. It's been a printer. Even if you're buying it down here, it still moves higher. And this is the best time of the year, right? Over here. And this is usually our seasonally the worst time of the year. And if we're already this low in the VIX right now, I would say, owning the VIX anywhere in here in this range, $11.40, $14-15, anywhere down in here is going to be, a print without even caring about direction of the market. Because we start trading higher and the VIX is going to rip. We start blasting down, the VIX is going to rip. You don't even have to pick a market direction. For like that mid-November time period, or end of October, mid-November time period, you can just trade the VIX. You don't even have to trade the indexes. But so just be aware of all this heading into the weekend. If you want to sit on your hands over the weekend, that makes sense. I've got some risk on into next Monday. I'm hoping that we gap up over the weekend. That's my bet, is that we gap up. Over the weekend, we wake up Monday morning and it's like a big kick to the teeth, or kick to your teeth, and that's really where you should hedge. But don't trade what I trade. Trade your own plan, make your own entries, all that good stuff there. What else do I have to say about that? And I think that's all I got for you guys for heading into the weekend. Is the only thing I've got for you guys heading into the weekend is be careful of that, that rip higher, that gap up over Monday, all that kind of nonsense, stupid shit up here. And also note that any moves higher currently right now into Monday are all going to be sold at some point. There is no floor here. There's no floor. There's a floor down here. Well, there ain't no floor up here. And my preference is always buying dips. Always, always, always. I hate chasing this stuff. It's like, it's not worth chasing. It's always better to be, just look at this over the course of a year, right? Sorry, I'm losing my voice really bad. It's always better to have doom. Like the more doom, the better, right? The more doom, the more doom you get, the easier it is for you to take that big, fat, long, go fucking full account, and you're going to get paid. It's like an 85% chance you're getting paid in a bull market, right? Big drop. If we can get any one of those in a quarter, they're fun. And, they've got one quarter right here where that didn't happen. This was in January of 2024. We just fucking straight melted. And if you look at if you look at Q4 of 2023, Q4 we're coming in here, right? Then they just sent us straight down into the beginning, and boom, you're off and running. So we're all partying, going, yeah, we can do this up here, and then they drop us down, and that's where safety is. That is where your safety is, right? And this is November. You just like a big old catcher down here, and same thing would hold for Q4. You're just kind of hanging out. You got you're down here smiling. You're a cool bull. You know, I've been drinking all the Kool-Aid out there, Cap. All the bulls tell me we're going to all-time highs, and you just got your baseball cap or your baseball mitt on, and you're just hoping for, bam, right in your right into your glove down there, and you're like a rock star. You're just like a full-on rock star, and you're like, hey, Cap, I was patient, got my thumb up. Look at that, buddy, and I made that big giant catch down there. You know what I'm saying? So just be aware of that. Be aware of that. Be aware of this over here, this whole zone of, hey, I'm a real buyer over here, coming into end of October, middle of November, somewhere in that time period, 31st to the 15th of November. What else I got for you? I think that's it. I think that's all I've got for you today heading into Friday. I am doing a weekend brief for you right now. I'm almost through with it. I'm just going to snip out some expectations. As I've got us still going higher here. So if you want to know what I've got or here, I don't have us doing this down move. I've got us doing. No, this is what I've got us doing over the weekend here is still higher. Staying on trend. But we can come down. This is viable as the gamma comes off the weekend into Monday. Let me bring this over to Monday here. That's Monday. We can do this sweep over the weekend to the downside. So just be conscious of it. Yeah, that sweep lower is the way the gamma picture looks right now. It's super sketchy. I just showed you guys the gamma map down below. I don't know if you've seen it. I'll show it to you again, maybe, or here. I'll put it in the brief for you tonight because gamma is all wonky right now. There's we're on a magnet right now for 57.50. It's like the only gamma that matters in the whole market right now, and there's nothing underneath. There's no gamma of consequence. We could flush straight down, close that gap down below like it's nobody's business. Hot and fast as that gamma comes off the market. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. I'm losing my fucking voice, dude. Gross.
Russia's Novak says Russia is to increase gasoline production by around 4 million tons, diesel production by around 30 million tons in the coming years.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Here, I'm going to read something to you guys. Hold on one more second here. I got to take off. Sorry about the break time stuff. I'm going to read something quick here to you guys too. I don't know what I can tell you, what I can't tell you here, but I'm going to read something to you. This is from Scott from Volatility Wiz, and he just put out a letter that says the Santa Rally creep collides with October. And I like that title. It's a good title to his most. If you guys don't follow Volatility Wiz, Scott, he's on FinTwit, he's on Twitter. This guy's a professional, right? Knows what he's doing too. This guy's really smart. And he's got a newsletter that he puts out. He doesn't talk about it much, but he does have a newsletter that keeps track of his trades and keeps track of like his trading history in the markets and how the market acts over time. He's a historian of market behavior too, and he loves volatility. And a lot of you guys, or a lot of volatility is a lot of the purveyors of volatility I don't trust out there. He's one of the guys that I actually do sincerely trust. He's not selling you his ohm. And the guy's hella intelligent. We've had him on the show a bunch, and it's always funny when we have him on because he's so smart that he's hard to understand. You're still tracking. I'm trying to keep up right now. It's not just me either. People say it in the chat. They're like, this guy's way too fucking smart for all of us. And he really is that smart. So I'm just going to read a little bit of what he talks about here. So I just gave you my thoughts on Monday and into October and November. Now, those are my thoughts, right? I'm going to give you a brief synopsis of Scott's thoughts. He says the Santa rally creep collides with October. The melt-up cacophony is deafening. He's got a hilarious. I gotta show you the meme that he posted or that he's got in his newsletter. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm probably gonna have to steal this meme and repurpose it. But I gotta show you the meme that he's got. I don't know if you can see this, but it's a guy trying to duck lasers, and each laser says 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, 6,000 on it, and I think it's choice. And I think I talked about this in another news in one of our briefs, which was everybody's talking about 6,000, but we never go to where the expectation is ever. Like, to get to 6,000, you need to have a market of options that are, 6,500, 6,200, 6,300. You can't go to 6 if the top of the call market is 6. You get what I'm saying? Which is hilarious. Like, you can open the door to that. You can trade up there and develop those calls up there. And what's fascinating is that this morning, there's no gamma this morning up there. There's none. So we had to wait for Monday, right? And we need prices to smash higher to develop that gamma to above 6,000 to get to 6,000. He says the melt-up cacophony is deafening. 6,000 is all but assured. I keep hearing the same thing said almost the same way with all the same arguments at every turn on Bloomberg and CNBC. And that's a problem, isn't it? Now you've got Bloomberg calling for it, right? Everyone wanted crash. And we're going to 575, right? Everybody's on one side of the boat. Crash, 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 crash. Don't forget, I didn't forget about you out there. I know what you were saying 2 weeks ago and 3 weeks ago. I remember I had you in my chat here, had hundreds of you. Crash, 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 right? And, everyone's on that side of the boat. Now, all of a sudden, the market is on that boat, right? 6,000 bros. We're all going to 6,000. I'm going, oh, man, it's too many people in the boat, right? Too many people on one side of the boat now. And he says the 6,000 echo chamber is like trying to escape a laser vault. And why 6,000 anyway? Seems short-changing and lazy? Question mark. As we enter October, the SPX is up 38% since last October. Just 3.5% per month. It's obscene. Let me explain how obscene, not just the obscenity of it, but let me explain the obscenity of it right now. We talked earlier this year, many times we had fireside chats where I said to you guys, if we enter a bubble like the 90s, it could get buck wild, like up 30, 40%, and then like a violent move down, right? And McGilligot's talked about this, hasn't he? If we go into the nightmare scenario, that's basically the same trade, right? You smash up, slap 6,000, and then it's like straight violent down. 15, 20, 30% down. And this is the kicker. You go back up again, like 30, 40%. It's these, if anyone looks back in the 90s, right? Can you imagine today? We wake up next week and we're down 15%, 20%. And I come on the show and I say to you, oh, no, we're buying that dip. We're going up 30 on this dip buy. We're going up 30. You'd be like, you're out of your mind, bro. We're going to a bear market. And I wouldn't blame you for saying that. So this is that nightmare scenario, isn't it? That we're almost in that bubble, aren't we? that, just that not easy to trade. Nobody wants to chase it. And he's saying, we're up 38%. What more do you want? Like, where are we going from 6? Where do we go from there? And that's a great point. 38% since last October. It's so beautiful. So insane. And we just had a drop like that, didn't we? We just had a violent drop recently, right? And what were the calls? What were people saying? Let's go to a 4-hour here. Let's go to a 1 hour here. Think about what people were saying in our chat. We had to do a private stream, right? Because what were people saying back here? Right? Stock market over. Right? It's gonna crash. Right? Again, right? It's gonna crash. And nope. What did we do in turn? What did we do in turn? Rip their faces off, right? Rip their faces off again. And that's what it looks. This is what the price action of the mid-90s looked like. Violence down, violence up, violence down, violence up, violence down, violence up. And you're on the wrong side every time, right? You're like, oh, fuck, I'm getting ragdolled here. And I keep thinking the market's going to crash. And the violent move down. And all of a sudden, you're getting your face ripped off to the upside. Like unrepentant, unrelenting upside moves.
And data points to continued economic strength.
And to boot, Elliott Wave has us doing this. Elliott Wave's got us going, pretty high here. Well, I was talking with David AMS last night, and I'm like, I've got us going, I've got us going way, 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 way up there, like right now, like really high, and then like NDX failing all-time highs, like right now, next week too, and then rolling down violently, and then breaking above all-time highs, like almost immediately, and it's hard to press that, or it's hard to tell him that too, right? And it's hard for him. He's like, I can see it, but it's like hard to digest and swallow. It's hard to like, how do you say it? Like, how do you sit here and you like before it even happens? You're like, yeah, we're gonna do, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do this, then we're gonna do that, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, and it's hard to look at it because we're reading crystal ball, right? It's not real. We're not there yet. But, you have to at least be open to it, even if you don't want to believe it. Or even if, like, hey, we can do this. It's easy for us to come down here, bro. And I'm open to that, too. And I'm open to that right there all the way to the upside, too. So, it's hard to digest. And Scott's making a good point here. And I'll read it to you one more time. He says, hang tight here. He says, why 6,000? We're up 38% since October, which is 3.5% per month. That is stupid. That is unreal gains. Like, the bears have been punished. Doomers, punished. People that like volatility, punished. It's not easy. I can't say that. That's easy to swallow, right? Up 38%. It's been a good year. It's been a fucking outstanding year. It's been an amazing year. So he says, so shouldn't the target be more like 6,300? And he's correct. The target is 63, 64, 6,500. That's what I've got on Elliott Wave. I've got a target of I think 6,500. Let me take a look right now and just make sure I got this right. Just make sure I'm not going crazy here, but I've got a failure on 610, and then we go up and tag Then we go up and tag. We fail. We fail roughly like 625, right around there. But then we go. Guess where? Do you guys know where the next move is? You guys want to know where the next move is? It's 664. 664. Let me show you guys. I'm going to show it to you. You guys want to see it? Because he's asking the question, and I can show it if you want to see it. Hold on here. I'll show it. You guys are going to be like, you're out of your fucking skull cap. Hold on. I'll show it to you right now. And he's making a good point here. He's making a very good point. I can't say that. Here, hold on. I'll make a new layout for you. We'll call it Jim is crazy. That's what we'll name it. Jim is crazy.
According to the BS.
We were talking about that last night too. We were talking about how
was shut in response to trouble.
Traders, floor traders are fucking crazy people. You know, and hold on here. Can we do that? Yeah, we can do that. And I'll show it to you guys right now. And we were talking specifically about, is this 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3? Or is this 3 over here? Right, get rid of that. 1, 2, and we still haven't done 3 yet. Or is this 3 right here? And we're going right there, right? So you gotta did I count it right? Did I not count it right? All that kind of stuff, right? All important stuff. And we know that we started back over here, right? This was, we put that nice push, 1, 2, right, and 3, right? So we'll count this one in right here too. That nice little gap down there. Nice round number right there. 6,000, right? 600. Nice, beautiful. Hard to get over. Not easy to get over that, is it? Ain't no way that's going to be easy. There we go. Go a little bit. We got ourselves 620 up here, right? Where's 620? There, 25. Come on now, a little bit more. There. And the thesis is that we're gonna trade 620, right? That's the thesis. And we need the new high here too, so we'll just start with that. Hold on here. Start with that right there. $580 right there. Another one up there. 623-ish or so, right? Somewhere in there. Right back down right there. 660. If the bull run's not done, I think the bull run might be done. Velo on higher frames like monthly and quarterly say that this is top, but we'll find out. What's that drawdown? 20%, that's crash. Kind of a crash. Crash needs to be faster. Needs to be like over just a few days. I think it's like a week or something. Bear market, mini bear market. And he's right. If we're going to trade 6, we need 62, 6,300. And you need people trapped for up here too. So you would want to see, like gamma up here for like 630. And if we trade the 620, you'd want to be seeing like 40s, 50s, and 60s that fail. And he's right. He's absolutely 100%. There's November 4th right there for 6,000. November 4th, month of October, just like ripping faces off. Blast down middle of election time, so it doesn't matter where the bottom is for price, and then we get that move higher. There's the first right there. That could be into January, February, March, or whatever, and then we're gonna get shanked when we get up there, regardless of when that is. If that's like the first, or if it's January, March, whatever. Whether this moves down a little bit or over a little bit, it should still somewhat trade that, right? Whether it's today, tomorrow, and as long as this doesn't break, it's valid. Believe it or not, we could actually pull back right now, right? We could pull back today, all the way down here, and that's still valid. Still a valid target. Believe it or not, like valid. A bull market's not dead, giving all of this move back. And that's still valid, and that's still valid right there. All still valid targets. And if you really wanted to talk about being a bear, right? If you're like, Cap, you're out of your fucking skull, right? Or you've lost your marbles, Cap. Let's look at it. Now, look at that monthly trigger. And we know what? We already know that. As long as price stays above the monthly trigger on any symbol, it's not a bear market. Not a bear market. You would need, and you see that weekly, how it's falling off right now? You would need that. You would need the daily trigger to follow price. And that's where I'm not seeing it. So let's say we go all the way up here, right? And even if the weekly starts to fade, if price comes crashing down and the daily trigger does not follow, so this daily trigger, goes back down, but then it hooks back up. If it doesn't cross the weekly trigger, doesn't cross the monthly trigger, this will ricochet. And we will fucking move. So you want to be paying very close attention to these triggers, if they follow price or not. If the triggers do not follow price, it's predictively telling you that we're not going to lose the market. If the triggers specifically if the daily trigger crosses the weekly, and then begins to chase price down below here, and you see the weekly dive too, then I would be getting scared. I'll actually issue you a warning saying we're in a very risk offset scenario. And I'll show you the differences in that right now. I want to show you the different historical differences of that right now. So what that looks like. When we enter bear markets or crashes, do you see here how we have the weekly trigger and the daily trigger crosses right there? That is Dangerville. Danger, danger, danger. We have a lot of experience or a lot of examples of price coming down, but the daily trigger not following. And you always want to be paying attention to that daily trigger. If you see that daily trigger cross with price through the weekly trigger, it is risk off. The next squeeze, the next return of price to check, you exit the market until the daily turns back up again. No exposure in the market. But we have tons of examples of price going down, but the daily not crossing. Down, 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 down. No daily trigger crossing. Market intact. And actual bear markets in danger is below the monthly trigger. Whenever you get underneath, you'll notice any like SMCI, any let's call a ticker out there. We're looking at some tickers last night. Was it Yum or something? I don't know if it was Yum or Baba. Yum cranked. Did you guys see that Yum Foods cranked? Was it Baba? No, it wasn't Baba. Was it Baba or Yum? I can't forget. We're talking about something after the show yesterday. Right here. It was a good one. See how you have the daily, this moment you see shit like that, right? Daily crosses, weekly crosses, you're in a bear market for that stock. And when that happens, it's risk off every time. Like, you can get long again if you go higher, but whenever you see this, the actual crossing of the triggers, it's like, it's bad. Now this one is actually crossing right now. This one's exiting. This is Baba. It's exiting a bear market right now. And you can see it, right? It's now above its monthly trigger. You've got the daily coming up, the weekly coming up. This is a supportive flow for Baba, moving its way higher. It's got some back testing to do, but you get the gist, right? So just looking into, what are we looking at? SPY here. You know, just looking at all of this now, the market's pretty supportive, isn't it? We're not below the daily trigger. We're not below the monthly trigger. Daily trigger is not turned down, right? Weekly is starting to lose momentum. That's scary. And that is warning that whatever this move here is or isn't, whenever it fails, wham, we're going down. And that's what the weekly is saying right now. The weekly trigger is saying that we're a little, see how it's like the weekly gets velocity up to the upside, then turns, and see how that's starting to turn right now? Whoop, sideways. It's like telling you that whatever this move is unsupported. The moment we're done with it, we could easily trade about 50. It's 50 right now. Currently, it sits at that downside target. If we did get a downside move, 537.82, 547. I would be targeting this zone. Even if we go down here, I would still be targeting this, and this is just extra gravy to to 5,000. I don't think you get this until springtime, like March, somewhere in there. Maybe even June, May, June, like a low for the summer to start cranking again. You could target this here like May or March, somewhere in there. I'd be targeting this, and then hoping you get this earlier. Yeah, we called Yum the other day. We called it out like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it's been squeezing. As Yum Brands is wrong. We called it on a different layout. Do you guys remember us calling Yum? I'll show you Yum really quick. We did a stream for it for members, charted it out and everything. We had alerts set for 133, 135. We had another alert on this. I believe we had an alert on this thing, but we're looking for a back test here, back test, and then start cranking higher. And it's getting to our first target right now. First target, I think, is right there. Trading 138. One more target higher of 141. One note about this is the daily trigger isn't up here yet. That's of concern. You could see the pullback. Could see a violent pullback here. Daily trigger still a little low. So you could see like this is a big move. They're gonna give some of that shit back. It ain't natural price movement. They're still trying to fucking grind this thing up. Look at this. Disgusting. All right, so we'll go back to let's go back and talk about what Scott was discussing here. So Scott's saying a few things that make sense. He's saying we're up 38% on the year into like today. We're up 38%. And then he's like, if everybody's targeting 6,000, that would mean that you'd want to see call gamma higher. You need to be targeting 62, 63. We've got that. A target of 62, 6,300. And then we have another target of 66 for next year. By like end of summer. You get you take the profit and you hang out and get in the summer doldrums. 6,500 with a nice pullback next year. That's if we don't enter a bear market or a recession. If Jerome and Yellen can save the market, 6,500, 6,600 for next year for target price. Now, if we do enter a recession, because it is showing, recession is showing right now for next summer, to begin next summer. So if they don't, that's why I think that they're going to cut. That's why I think they're going to pour the money on. So we are seeing a recession next summer. It's already showing itself. The rate of change, 1 year rate of change. Do you guys want to see that? You guys want to see the unemployment rate of change? Let me show it to you. Hold on. I'll show it to you right now. This is the Fred unemployment rate, and we're going to make some changes here. So I changed it to from a year ago, percent from a year ago, right? Oh, hold on here. And this is what I want to show you here. Can I make this bigger? What I want to show you here is when you look at the rate of change. See this right here? See how we enter? See that blue line right there? As we start swooping up from that blue line, right? We hit a recession every time. Bam, 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 bam. Now, saying that, this is why the unemployment rate is important. Above all else, above inflation, anything else out there, because if you drop the rate of unemployment, we don't enter. See how we dipped our toes in it and it came right back down? See how we dipped our toes in it, came right back down? See how we dipped our toes in it, came back down? No recession, right? Dipped our toes in it, came back down. So right where we are right now, this is bad. Real bad. And they know this. They know it. They're aware of it. Fed's aware of it. They're not going to tell you it. But I'm telling you right now, we're there. So what that means is that when people say things to me like, oh, the Fed's going to, even myself, like about 2 weeks ago, I was like, I'm open to the 25 and 50. But if it works, I think we can raise rates again. Knowing that right there, no. The answer is no. You're not getting any more rate hikes. If anything, you're going to get the most dovish Fed in Treasury Department you can set your eyes on, no matter what they're telling you in public. And they are hyper aware that right there, we're entering a recession next summer. That is on tap. So you're gonna get the Fed that is, the Fed is gonna be they're gonna tell you they're data dependent. They're gonna tell you that they're making good progress. They're gonna tell you this and that, but the truth is they're gonna pour the fucking money on. And regardless if we enter a recession or not, if you want that soft landing, they're gonna pour the money on, and they're gonna stop their tightening. Or they already haven't told you in the Treasury Department. They're going to slow the runoff. I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes, but I assure you that by next summer, right now, you're getting 50 BPS. I'll tell you right now. In November, you're getting 50 BPS, and you're going to get cuts after cuts after cuts, and you're going to get the runoff shut down. You're going to get I'm just joking, but you'll have UBI checks. Is that what's called? Universal Basic Income checks delivered to your door by next summer. Get it? I don't care what they tell you. I don't care what the fuck they push on UNC-NBC. I don't care what the fucking dot plot says. I don't care what GS is telling you. I don't care what Bloomberg is telling you. I don't give a fuck what any of those people are telling you. I'm telling you with the data right there that they are done. And if they're not done, then they are breaking what their fucking job is, right? What their mandate is. So I assure you that they're done. They're done. Whether they want to be or not, whether they think they're data dependent or not, they're fucking done. And they need that goddamn line coming down pretty good. And the only way they're getting that shit done is turning the money printer on. That's it. It's the only way. There's problems here. There's problems here. Even if they turn the printer on, the banks are going to want to price that shit in. So they're not going to believe. The banks know this too. It's not just the Jerome that knows this. All the banks know it too. So, we're retailers, but these professionals already know this. So they tell you a story right? On the front end, they tell you a story, but they already fucking know. So the thesis could be what? You get us as high as possible right now because we don't know who the president is, right? And then let's say you get Trump win, and you know you got a recession down the road, so you have to price that in before it happens, or if it doesn't happen, they don't care. So they'll want to shit the market, make the market shit the bed in the spring, likely, right? Springtime shit the bed. They're going to tell you. You're going to hear like news stories from CNB bullshit, BS bullshit. They're going to be like, oh, we're getting a recession. We're going to price it in. And okay, let's do it. Does it mean we're getting a recession? No. They just need to price it in case it happens. Now, if we have a soft landing, you get the Fed out there and the Treasury Department pouring money on it. And they can keep us in a Goldilocks soft landing escape of going into a recession. Then we're good to go. And there's some other stuff. There's some other mechanics here too. You had Joe Donut on last week, right? He was on the show, and what did he tell you? He said, from a retailer's perspective, I'm not ordering anything new, right? Because we may enter a recession next year. Now, if we enter a recession, that CEO made the right choice, right? No new manufacturing, no new orders. I'm going to run through the stock that I have. Now, if we don't enter a recession, what does that retailer do? He makes bank. He makes bank. If I have 100 pairs of socks and people want 10 pairs of socks, not 100, I got to drop prices, don't I? If I only have 10 pairs of socks and I've got 20 people wanting them, demand goes up and I raise the price of my socks. I have to sell less pairs of socks and I make more profit. So a CEO doesn't get hurt, right? They were wise if we go into a recession. And if we don't go into a recession, their profits moon. They moon. So no recession. You should see EPS go through the fucking roof next year. Forward projection should moon if we don't enter a recession. People are arguing about PE ratios are too high. Hell no. If we miss a recession and these businesses aren't ordering extra shit, their PEs are going to moon next year. So, yeah, we can enter a bubble 100% if we don't go into that recession. That is glaringly right there. And I'm a bull. Like, you guys know I'm a bull. I'm permanent. I'm like permanent. We're going up. But it's showing itself in the background. So just be conscious of it. Just be aware that it's there. Be aware that it's there. Look at it out there, like bleeding the market as I did put all the doom out there. They're like, crash the market. He just showed us there's a recession coming. No. They're all buying puts and short now. Scott goes on to say, he says, why 6,000 anyways? Seems shortchanging and lazy. As we enter October, the SPX has been up 38%, which is about 3.5% per month. So shouldn't the target be more like 6,300 on this pace? And these folks like why listen to them anyway? This is pure FinCom in hindsight. Woof, right? The reality is we need to see the options markets roll higher this week. As we enter this new quarter, you need to be watching for a gamma roll up to 6,300, 6,400, 6,500. You need to start seeing that, or we ain't getting to 6,000. You get me? You know what I'm saying? You need to see it. Now, there has been some 6,000 gamma out there for the year. I think Binky has focused on it. He's like, they're rolling calls up to 6,000 now. But you need to see that gamma become important as we head into Q4, and also parts of Q1. To be more honest, you want to be seeing that gamma come into the marketplace, or we're never trading 6,000, and we are up 38%. And he makes another point here. I want to show you one more thing. He says, this is how they did with those S&P target price pitches into 2024. He said, do you think these folks are jazzed about 6,000 and beyond? You bet they are. Look at the equity flows. They stampeded into stocks just before and after the Fed meeting. He's got all these targets. He's got S&P 500, Wall Street's 2024 year-end price targets versus current level. We're currently trading today, 571 on SPX. We're trading 57.35, and I'm gonna read to you some of the price targets for beginning of the year, the price target for the end of the year. Right? J.P. Morgan had a price target this year of 4,200. Cantor Fitzgerald had a price target of 4,400. Morgan Stanley had a price target on this year of 4,500. Scotiabank had 4,600. Wells Fargo had 46. Wells Fargo had 46.25. Stifler Nicholas. His name's not Stifler, but I just want to call him Stifler. Stifler Nicholas had 46.50. Evercore had 47.50. Society General had a 47.50. Barclays had 4,800. UBS had 48.50. The average target was 48.61. Then we had the bulls. We had Ned Davis Research 4,900. Bank of America 5,000. RBC Capital Markets had 5,000. BMO had 5,000. Citigroup 51. Douche 51. Goldman Sachs 51. Fundstrat had 52. Oppenheimer 52. Yardeni 5,400. Good job, Yardeni. S&P 500 as of August 16th, 55.54. And we just racked up a minute ago. We just tagged 57.67, and earlier today, we tagged 57.63.
Settle at $1.95 a gallon.
So blowout year.
At $2.13 a gallon.
And he goes on to ask, do you think that do you think folks are jazzed about 6,000 and beyond? You bet they are. Look at equity flows. They stampeded into stocks just before and after the Fed meeting. And I think I gave you this. I gave you this chart. I gave you a chart earlier in the week that showed the inflows. In a brief, I posted a brief for you guys that showed the inflows during the Fed or just after the Fed meeting, and they just bought the fuck out of the market. And that wasn't you and I. That was the banks. Last week and this week alone, only in SPY and VOO, the S&P 500's ETFs received $25 billion in inflows through Wednesday in 1 week. This reeks of having a get me in at any price FOMO fever flavor. No. $25 billion entered the market after the Fed meeting. It's insanity. The biggest risk to markets right now would probably be the one we were quite familiar with. One that has already been buried like a dead husband, and just like that, the market is already remarried. Rest in peace, inflation. I sent flowers. Wasn't that enough? I don't have to brood on it anymore, do I? Well, you may have missed it, but there was this on Monday from the S&P's PMI flash survey.
$9 a year for our real-time service.
Prices charged for goods and services are both rising at the fastest rates for 6 months, with input costs in the services sector a major component of which is wages and salaries, rising at the fastest rate for the year, the report said. The reacceleration of inflation suggests that the Fed cannot totally shift its focus away from inflation target as it seeks to sustain the economic upturn, the report says. The survey's price gauges, meanwhile, serve as a warning that despite the PMI indicating a further deterioration of the hiring trend in September, the FOMC may need to move cautiously in implementing further rate cuts, the report said. Selling price inflation in both services and manufacturing. Prices charged rose at the fastest rate for 6 months, pushed higher by input cost growth, accelerating to a one-year high, it said. The acceleration of selling price inflation was common across goods, manufacturing, and services, in both cases hitting 6-month highs, and in both cases running above pre-pandemic long-run averages to point to elevated rates of increase, it said. So that goes against, that puts the Fed in a pickle, doesn't it? The Fed is looking at raging inflation, and it's looking at a recession. And do we know, can the Fed outrun this unemployment rate of change, right? If they're going to outrun that unemployment rate of change and continue to cut, inflation should run rampant, shouldn't it? It should, right? You got more money in your pockets. Manufacturers and service people know that you've got more money in your pockets, and they're not buying new products, so there should be shortages, and so they can charge a higher fee and, in turn, get higher guidance expectations, right, into next year. And I wish Jimmy, I don't know where Jimmy is right now. I want to talk to Jimmy about this because they're in a pickle, aren't they? They're in a pickle. And, what does the Fed do in a pickle? We know what they do, right? They pour the money on every time. And it's disgusting. It's fraudulent. That's what they do. Regardless, right? Yeah, Lard Demi's been all over Bull too. And so he says, Scott goes on to say, and this comes from Wolf Street, all that stuff, right? And then Scott goes on to say, oh, really now? You mean that market rates collapsing and stock markets orbiting a Tatooine might be a bit presumptuous, enabling the inflation kraken to make another appearance? Sure, PCE came in light this morning, you say, but that was for August. Old data. I'm not predicting inflation, mind you. I'm just implying that the vol of the event should be respected and should make folks nervous enough to own some vol into the event, especially after the perma bubble just visited the end of quarter OPEX bicycle pump. No matter how you slice it with your views, it has continued to be a high vol event most of the time for a while now. Exasperated by when it happens, in this case, the Thursday before OPEX week, which in and of itself is often a volatile day. Folks are so set on the Santa rally at this point that they're overlooked October. You remember October, the other half of the bad seasonality duo. The month when stock markets crashes actually happening. And he goes on to say, I'm not suggesting that in any way, just making the point that it's often volatile. And that's a good point. It doesn't necessarily have to crash. And we showed you VIX 9-day earlier in the show, right? The VIX 9-day is bottoming. It's saying expect volatility. And Scott goes on to make the point that I don't care if the market goes to 6,000. I don't care if we crash. I don't care if the market goes down. But don't forget that there is volatility in October. And we have an election. We have some things down the road. that we're looking at, right? We've got data that's from August and not quite September coming out in the month of October. We have a Fed that's trying to fight unemployment, inflation, and as we get into like that Fed meeting in the 15th, or Fed meetings the 6th and 7th, we get the Fed meeting on the 6th and 7th, and the 5th we have the election of November. And the last time when we have our midterms, we usually have like a bloodbath into about middle of November. So looking into October, the new month, and into like the 6th, 7th of November and the 15th, even if we go higher here, there could still be volatility there. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, we got the hedge roll on Monday. Absolutely. I think we talked about that earlier, right? This is where we talked about hedging flows coming in on Monday. Negative hedging flows, 0-day calls. So, all right. I think you've got enough information heading into the weekend. It's now 2:39. It is Friday. Congratulations. You made it. You're still alive. And then what else? I'm doing a brief for you for the weekend. It should be done in the next 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes. I'll have it posted on the website. And you get my condensed idea and these thoughts heading into next week. If you've been here, I think Simon just said he showed up. Simon, I went over the trade to 578 earlier in the stream, how it happens either today, Monday, over the weekend, or the week after. We're still on trend right now, but the gamma market is crazy, Simon. Today, the gamma market is insano. The gamma today is bizarre, bro. We have one giant bar that I think expires here on Monday. A whole bunch of it. I think at least a third of it should expire on Monday. So the market could get fun size candy right now. Could sweep lower too, especially I don't know if that stuff expires today or on Monday, but market's gonna have some leg room for a minute to move around a bit. What else? I think that's it. That's all I got. And I'll have the brief out to you guys for the weekend so you're prepared. And I think that's it. Oh, I got something else to let you guys. So the past couple days, right? Past 2 or 3 days here. I want to give you guys let me give you an update. We're in a quarter, right? So I'll give you guys an update. So in the background, you haven't seen me on the show. The reason you haven't seen me on the show is that we are making, or we are approaching, collaborators. That's the best way to say it, maybe. So I want you guys to know something. I was talking with some friends about how I do things, and a lot of like furus out there. They're very protective of their secrets. I don't know why. It's like it's my way or the highway, and there's only me. And I've never been that guy. I bring people on the show all the time, right? And I interview people that have like newsletters, or
U.S. Treasury.
I brought Vol Signals on. He's got his own thing that he does, right? Bring Volatility Wiz on, right? Bring Trader Podcast on. Bring on people that I interview that do their own things. And I've never been that like that guy, like I'm here to make money from you. And it's on my way or the highway. You know that I trade using Gamma. You know that I trade using some ICT stuff. You guys know that I trade using triggers and velocity. You guys know that I trade using Elliott Wave. And I like having all of those tools at my disposal. And I like trading with traders not selling selling you a service or a grift, or I don't know what the fuck you call it, but Some sell doom. Whatever. They just this weird shit. I'm not interested in that stuff. And I trade with people and that I trust. And I trust those guys. I trust Wolf Richter. I trust Bob Kendall. I trust Larry Williams. I trust Winky Face. I trust John L. I trust David AMS. I trust these guys because I know that they're good traders, they're good investors. I know that they're smart, they're insightful, and I've always felt as though community is more important than a service. To me, it means the most. Community is important. I have a wife and daughters for that reason. I love my wife. I love my daughters. I love my friends in real life. I have real life friends here in Detroit that I've made that are lifelong. They'll always be my lifelong friends. And there's something about a relationship,
that's up 38
a long lasting relationship where you can rely upon each other that can't be beat in life, in my experience. There for the good times, there for the bad times. It means something. It matters. And I've always been about that. I know it may not seem like that on FinTwit, but that's not who I am in any way, shape, or form. I'm just shitting on people on FinTwit because FinTwit's a shithole. But you guys that know me out there know that I'm not that person. So I was finally able to get contributor stuff done, social media manager stuff done, mentorships done, all that stuff. Got it done with the attorneys. Put packages together, and I've been slowly meeting with people over this week to protect them in a big way. I got to protect these people. I got to protect myself. I got to protect them, and make sure that these people are the people that we want around us, right? That I can trust them to be. Not pump and dumpers, not enticing people to take trades, not selling their own, and that they're winning traders. They can prove they're winning traders. As a matter of fact, David AMS, you know him, right? He's got his certificate, right? He's got his combine certificate. He can show it to you. He's a winner. Knows how to win trades. So we're approaching those people right now to launch our mentorship programs and start. Remember how I had when I had more time, I had was it called Captain's Alpha, a handle? I think it was at Captain's Alpha, and I had a straight-faced handle on Twitter. I have more. You guys don't know I've got more than one handle on Twitter, right? It's like I have straight-faced handles that are just data. Like you don't get no shit posting. You don't get no fucking stirred up the hen house. I actually have handles that I run that are completely straight-faced, but we're at a point now where there's so much to do. I have so much going on that I need to have other people help. I can't do it alone anymore, and so we've got some people coming on board right now, currently, right as we speak, coming on board in roles for like mentorships, roles to put trades out there for your consideration, like stock trades on social media, the thesis behind those things, morning briefs. You've seen I posted a couple morning and night briefs on Trade the Trigger. Those are tests for format. Those aren't, but you'll see something like that begin publicly. You're going to start seeing like a small brief in the morning, small brief in the afternoon. You're going to see stock picks and more like professional and more the next stage. We're in a beta. What we're doing right now is beta. I don't know if you know that. So to this point, we launched the website. This is a whole beta thing. So we're transitioning into the full service. We've got more tools now coming out and being developed. We've got mentors coming out, contributors coming out, so that we can actually spend one-on-one time with people and begin to teach them how to become better traders. So look forward to that in the coming week. This week, next week, I was in meetings the past 2 days. I've been meeting with these contributors, and it takes time. These are 2, 3, 4 hour conversations, and then I have to put a package together and then get their final thoughts, and then we launch this stuff. But we're there, which is awesome because it's taken a lot of work to get there, and it's not fucking easy. It can be easy if you're a furu, it's easy. But if you're not a furu, I'm not a furu, so it's not easy. I try to build this stuff behind the scenes, like a legitimate educational company, which is what I want it to be. I want this to one day turn into like a repository for retail traders. So we're there, and expect those cool things in the next week or two. I'm so excited about this. And you may or may not know this is going on. Some of you might know it's going on in the background, but some of you probably don't. But as the community, I want you to know that is what's happening right now in the background. So look forward to some cool changes coming down the pike. And it's going to be a blast. I can't wait. Very soon, next week, after, just hammering out details, getting some stuff signed, and launching a bunch of cool stuff. And we're bringing another quant on, I think, too. And this guy's going to do some dev for us or something like that. And I've had some devs. I've met with a guy from BlackRock, and I met with a guy from. I've been paying very, very smart people to build some tools for us in the background, and very expensive, very expensive. You guys have funded, by the way. You guys have funded some development in the background that is launching soon. So look forward to that, soon, next week, 2 weeks, something like that, 3 weeks. You'll see it start rolling out week by week. So that's it. That's all I got for you this week. If you want to know about the risks to the downside, I talked about it earlier in the show. There'll be a brief for you for the weekend that will show that. If you're just joining us, I'll give you a super quick rundown here. Let me see here. Trigger screen. 1 hour basis. If you guys want to tag this, you can. You want to take a snapshot of this for yourself. There is a window of weakness in here. For over the weekend. Although I think we gap up. My path is the solid line. There is a window of weakness due to gamma in the marketplace. I don't think we roll until Monday at 9 a.m. I think we gap it up over the weekend. That's my thesis. I'm sticking to it. And we got a gamma bar here at 57. We got a 57.50. We got a gamma bar like a pin on the market. And some of that should come off today. Some of it should come off on Monday. The last day of the month is Monday. So if there is any weakness, I wouldn't expect it until about 9 a.m., 8:30, 9 o'clock a.m. We could still go higher, but if there's that window of weakness, right around 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. Be conscious of last March. We were closed on Friday in March, and they gapped us up over the 3-day weekend and then sent us to the downside the following next 2 weeks. I also want you to realize here, too, I've said this earlier, which was, and I'm in agreement with Scott with Volatility Wiz, the strongest part of Q3 or Q4 is October 31st until November 15th. So if you were a good bull, a patient bull, no matter where price is in the market, the strongest case for you is after the election, after the Fed meeting. That is November 5th and 6th and 7th. So we'll give a window of the 31st of October to middle of November. I trust VolWiz. He said it doesn't mean the market has to go down. Just note that there's volatility in October. And even Charlie McElligot's told you that, hey, nightmare scenario, we can easily go here, but there's no support. So the moment that run stops, we can easily come back down. All else being equal, any upside moves here are unsupported. Support lies lower. We know that. And if there was a window for the market to come down, it is right around that, 31st, 15th of November. There's a window there. So just be conscious of that. Smart bulls always wait for that nice supportive market, wherever that may be, right? And I showed you that where that was earlier, right? You got the sweep down below here on 61. And then I showed you earlier the weekly trigger down below here. That's at 532 currently. And it should actually be this whole run right here. It's actually higher, like 542, 540-ish. If you want to take a snap of that for yourself, that's exactly what I'm putting into the brief. So, second here. Yep, right down in there. 20. I said 63, right? Yeah, 5620. 5620 is a gamma bar of no consequence right now on SPX. But it could become important over the weekend. So 5620, there is a gamma bar. It's not important. It's not a magnet right now, but it could be if we did break below here. So that would be your doom for the weekend right there for you. Though it's not my preferred expectation. From this point forward, my expectation is that we are going to trade 586. Woo! 586. We'll talk about higher projections later, but like the 6,000 and all that, we'll talk about that later. Just for right now, 586. I've actually got 578 here, and then a break above 580. And these are all extension kind of things. So there you go. If that helps you for the weekend, I'm going to take a quick snip of this. I'm going to put it in the brief for you so you have it. Hold on a second here, boys and girls. There's your trend right there. Nice little V-shaped recovery. Ramporama, baby. Let's do it. It would be rad if they ramped us like 1% into the close today. Do you guys know about have you guys ever been any of you that are new watching me? Hold on a second here. Any of you guys that are kind of new here on quarter ends? I've like sat here at like the last 15 minutes and I'm like not today, but like Monday. And I'll be like, watch this shit in the next 15 minutes. We're going to go down 30 points. People are like, no, we aren't. I'm like, trust me, we are. We're going to go down like 30 points in like a minute. And they're like, no. I'm like, I'm telling you. And the market like just fucking drops. Woof. And it's like a big gamma node down there and they just like slam into it. And we're kind of in that situation right now. Like either today's close or Monday's close. Like, where are we going? Are we going down 30 points or up 30 points in like a minute? People get blasted. Don't get blasted. Some of you guys have been around here a long time. Know about. I think was that the February, March? Was that February or March or something? There was like a February OPEX, and I was like, pricing is all wrong. I was like, I was waiting for a drop like all day long in an OPEX. It was OPEX or month end. I was like, no. I was like, this market's gonna move like fucking to the depths of hell today at like the last 15 minutes. So we sat here and watched, and it didn't move. And then like about 5 minutes before the closing bell, we dropped like 70 points. Well, not like a wick. It just went straight down. It was awesome. I'm expecting something like that again, but to the upside. some kind of danger. I don't know if we'll get it or not, but I'm pretty much expecting it at this point. Yeah, I think there's probably a 65% chance of it happening today or Monday or over the weekend. Like there's like a close somewhere in there where some real funky ass shit goes on. I'll give it like the close, the weekend, Monday open. I would be very scared, depending on what your positioning is. Hold on here. It's like an elevator down, elevator up. Also note, if you're just joining us, you're just getting here. Looks like the banks are long the market. If you didn't know, the banks are super long. They've got stupid inflows in the market. They do have hedging on the market for the month of October. If you didn't know that, GS was noting that people with money have put spreads for 55.50, 55.30 in sizable chunks for the month of October. They're just hedged, even though they're long the market. Yeah, that goes there. Save. I wonder when this stops. I wonder when we roll down in October, or if we do. I hope we do. Let's take a look. You guys want to look at Qs with me? Yeah. How about this? I never do this with you guys, do I? Sometimes I'll do I'll do a preliminary report or something for I'll do like a preliminary report with you guys. For what? Like S&P 500, but I won't do anything else with it. You guys want to do all that today? Seeing it's in a quarter? Yeah. It's in a quarter, right? Hold on. Qs. Oh, should we go to trigger screen full? This is your brief, of course. This is valid still. All still valid. Your next move is higher. You're targeting 490, 499-ish, just below 500 in a Monday. This is your brief from me. You guys get this from me, right? That's still valid right now. This is an alternate for you if you're bearish. If you guys want to snap that for yourselves, you can. Happy end of quarter. Happy start of quarter. If you're not a member, these paths can change, of course, if supports break, but congratulations. You're going to be able to get a little chance here to see what we do. Save that. People out there taking notes right now. Take a snapshot of that shit. On there, put that in there. Bam. Save that. Let's do IWM next. Let's see what IWM's doing. Oh, yeah, baby. Breaking out, huh? Still valid. Turning up. Nothing's changed. Solid white line in his path. This is still good here. Still valid. I'll push it out a little bit, but you're heading up there, so. Give me a quick second here. Just got to check one thing. Make sure I got this right. Hold on here, guys. Just want to clean it up a little bit. Woo! Woo-hoo! There could be a bounce down here. Bam. Right there, just so you can see it. $38 and $40 right there. Failure right up there at 40. Come on. See that little fucking, look at that thing right there. Goddamn fucking bears are fucked. You gotta get you better get some closes, bears. Starting another goddamn bull run here. Oh, dude, fucking A, man. IWM's bizarre. It's got like this, I don't know if you know this, but there's a trap in here. If you don't know this, there's a trap in here for bulls. Like we got this like squeeze up and then like a nasty down move. And then we're going higher again. But everyone's bullish on IWM. And IWM has the largest bull trap of all the indexes. Of every index, the biggest bull trap is in IWM. Even though we are going to go higher first, they're going to grab every single fucking bull and they're going to trap them bad. That's why small cap sucks. But look at that red bar, red bar, red bar, red bar, red bar, red bar. Look at that shit. Oh, man, that it's got when this rolls over, it's gonna be a doozy. It is gonna be a doozy. When this thing runs down, it's gonna be a doozy. It's gonna be a doozy. Save that one. So there's IWM. Hold on. I gotta give the Bears their due diligence down here. Still up though. Remember, the solid line is the projected path. I'll just redraw it for you. Here, I'll just redraw it. I'll redraw the actual path. Right there. That's the expected path right there. Bam, 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 bam. And you're going to miss that one right there. You're going to be short on that one. And this one, yeah, you only need to beat this one right here. You don't actually need to beat this yellow bar. You just need to beat this actual. You're beating this one right here. Which you do, I think. That's that one right there. See it now? I'll draw this out for the community for their weekend here so they don't freak out. Happy end of quarter. Happy new quarter coming to you. It's a freebie today for the new quarter. So if you're wanting, of course, an expectation for next year or for next quarter, Q4, things can go sideways too. So if we start breaking down, I'll be giving you guys bear counts. These are bull counts, by the way. Bull counts with velocity triggers. And Elliott wave counts mixed in. I'll switch to a bear count only if we break certain levels. You guys know anything about Elliott wave and all this stuff here? There's like the validity of trades, like the validity of this trade right here. I don't know if you guys know this, but this trade right here to the upside is valid from 200. It's actually still you could, I don't know if you got, some of you guys probably know, some of you guys don't, but we could trade all the way down here. And that trade to that point is still valid. You're a buyer, not a seller of the market. Break below this, though, you become a seller of the markets. The trade becomes invalid, and then we turn to a bear count. Or if we get our targets to the upside, we switch to a bear count then, too. So, anyways, I don't know if you know that, but I should do some Elliott wave, like basic Elliott wave shit with you guys. Just basic stuff. There's like basic things you can learn that you don't need to be. I'm not an Elliott wave practitioner. I want you to know that. I'm not an Elliott wave guy. It's not my jam. But I do like I should do a video on it for like basic ideas of like accumulation and distribution, and you should be able to easily identify accumulation and distribution, at least on a daily basis. Are we accumulating? Are we distributing? Should at least be able to look at something and be like, oh, they're accumulating right now, over like a month or 3 months or something like that, or they're distributing right now. Looks like it. And then just get some basic counts and stuff. Because like some of Elliott wave stuff, I'm just like, you miscounting, or yeah, you missed that, you missed, like the whole eraser gang thing is real, and the extensions and the fibs, and it's like some guys are really good at it. You know who's really good at that shit is James Rowland's friend. what's his name? I forget his fucking name right now. James Rowland's got a friend of his that does Elliott Wave, and
According to the financial
he's pretty good at it.
Muslim
He's
says
pretty
the
good,
Fed
goddamn
should
good
lower
Elliott
interest rates
Waver.
gradually.
I'm not that good. I mix it in with gamma. I mix in I mix in like time frames, gamma. Like where is everybody? Is everybody on this? Is like all the Elliott Wavers on it? The Gamma Bros on that? I can't use it alone though. Like, you know, who made a good point to me once was we had the guy from Vol Signals was on our show one day, and he made a really good point. Like, I like Vol Signals because he tells you the truth. He's not trying to sell you anything, and I love that about people. Some people are trying to sell you some shit. Like Vol Signals was talking about. Let me put this on here. He was talking about how the gamma was in the market, right? Said we were going in a specific direction. I think we were supposed to dump that day or something. And I think everybody called it. I think it was like Spot Gamma called it, like fucking, I don't know, Gem called it, and maybe Andy called it, and I called it, and I don't know. Vol Wiz called it. I'm just bullshitting here. I don't know if any of those guys called anything. But you get what I'm saying, right? The whole market was like, we're going down. And somebody, some trader put a condor in the market that like expired that day. And it was just enough money to pin the fucking market into the close. And it was hilarious because, or I find it hilarious because, you know, we're running with like, hey, we got all this information. The market should do this. And let's start getting fucking evil and short, right? and then there and on that day there were no market participants. There was like the banks weren't making moves, the hedge funds weren't making moves, and the dealers are just sitting there, you know, sucking on their thumb. And wherever the market takes us, you know, if anybody wants to make a move out there. And some guy put a condor in the market, and it couldn't move. It like just pinned the market in that day. And you know, it's fascinating to see that stuff. You know, it's like, where is everybody? Where are the Elliott Wavers right now? Where are the Gamma Bros? Where's momentum? Where are all the traditional chartists drawing out fucking, you know, fucking bull flags and dragon's tails? And you see that, by the way, that big old dragon right there? Woo! Woo! 1, 2, 3. And then the market just gets pinned. I love it. The gamma picture this morning was crazy too. I was looking at it, I was like, fuck. Okay, what do we got to do here? DIA? DIA is next. DIA. Dow Jones Industrial Average heading into a new, woo! Look at that bad boy right there, baby. Nothing's changed. Yeah, daddy. Look at that. DIA is another one. Nothing's changed there either. This is now valid. Bam. Make that a solid line. Whoop. You have this in your briefs for me. You know about DIA. Bear case. You ain't got no fucking bear case here. Be honest with you. There you go. There's your bear case. DIA is going to fuck you up. Look at it. DIA is telling you to get fucking bent right now. DIA is like, we ain't going down, dog. You better hope that gamma helps you out. Look at DIA is like, you better get that gamma off that market because I'm in fucking beast mode. Look at that shit. DIA is all you need to know. We'll leave that down there for the fucking bears. Gap close. Triple top. This is what I do at nighttime. I usually have jazz on. This is what I do. Hold on a second here. I'll be at nighttime and I'm doing all my fucking research and stuff, checking the fucking flows and checking the gamma. Hold on 1 second here. I should check the gamma here. Make sure I'm not wrong on this. All right, close that out. Where the fuck is the fuck is the fucking velo, man? I need to see the fucking velo, bro. Give me the velo. Here we go. Velo on a 30-minute bar. Just want to make sure this is still good. Ooh, dude, that fuck DIA wants to. Dude, you guys are getting bullish daily velocity right now. Oh man, you are losing the weekly though. I showed you that, right? Weekly was flattening out on S&P 500. There's no support here. You are getting bullish. You're getting bullish with no support.
And Fed's Muslim sees more than one additional 25 basis point cut for the rest of 2024.
Preferred path is always the solid line. If you didn't know, whenever I draw the dotted lines for bear paths too. So like if we're in a bear path or a bear count, or like trading underneath the hourly trigger, price under the hourly trigger, price under hourly and daily. I'll give you like the bear targets in the solid line, and then the dotted line would be the alternate counts. Another note to you too, if you get the briefs from me, if you don't see an alternate count, that means I have a high confidence that you're not getting the other count. If I come into like a place where I either not committed to a position, or I think there's an alternate path, you'll get a dotted line with the brief. So if you get only a solid line, I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty confident in that. If you get like a solid line with dotted line, it means that I'm open to another path, or I'm unsure. But you'll never see it if I'm like confident in the path of price. I don't put the alternate path in for like low or for high. Like if I have a high confidence trade ahead of us, down or up, no, you're not getting the alternate count and path. You're not getting it from me. Sorry, I'm not going to lead you down that fucking path. That's a 1 hour chart, right? DIA is just telling you right now it wants to fuck. It really wants to fuck. Let me look at it 1 hour basis. Yeah, dude. It's pulled back halfway. It looks good to me. As long as that block holds right there, way is up. Way is up. Unless you break that green block right there. Fucking way is up. You need gamma to come off the market if you're a bear or an event. I don't even know if you can do it with an event right now. You need the market. You need the market to be like I don't know. I'm with Volwiz on this. They're in party time. They bought the fuck out of this market. 322. Go back to SPY for you. Those are the 3 indexes. Or 4. They gave 4 indexes. They gave you. No individual tickers today. You get that as a pro trader. Individual tickers. No, you guys get triggers and velocity from me. If you're a supporter, you get at least twice a day updates on triggers and velocity, embedded charts, right? Yeah, you guys get those. You can manipulate them too. There we go.
Fed's Muslim says we may cut faster if the job market weakens more than forecast.
Bam. DIA 1 hour. IWM 1 hour. QQQ SPY. One other note: if you're a supporter or a pro trader, make sure you pay attention to Wednesday's note. It has all of the events, data that are coming up next week. So their brief earlier from 2 days ago has clickable links that go into the data that we have coming out in the next 2 weeks. I'm not going to repost it for you. But Wednesday's brief has all of the upcoming events next week and expectations on that stuff. I'll also point you towards Wednesday's brief. I've got some trades in there for you. I've got the idea behind an oil trade, a volatility trade, that oil volatility, and let's talk. We should talk about that. But maybe, if you want, you guys, we can talk about oil. But I spoke to you on Wednesday about some for the new quarter, some ideas on oil, gas, and volatility. Those trades aren't ready yet, but if they show themselves, take them, right? I think VIX is ready. VIX 9 days in a buy zone. It's entering being ready. Oil is getting blasted down to be ready, and we have some stuff coming up, wars, hurricanes, and shit like that, and that could make gas run, oil run. What else? I do a Tesla, and you guys get Tesla, and you guys have received from me, if you're a pro trader, Tesla, Meta, and all those trades that are ahead as well. NVDA for their events. You guys have those expectations already. If you don't, go to the website, and they're there. They're there. DIA, IWM, QQQs. Casing made for a sweep lower before continuation higher. I'll include that in the dotted path. Also, I've noted any moves higher not supported, meaning as soon as buyers disappear, we can erase all those gains. The patient buyer will do best entering seasonal longs in Q4 after the election and rate decision. Volatility has passed. Has passed. That down right there. Set a featured image. Market update. Yeah. Subscriber. Market updates. I'm also gonna give you guys I'm gonna give you guys what the gamma looks like right now because it's pretty wonky. Expect that big changes on. Expect big changes over the weekend into Monday. At the gamma picture, I'll post that as well for you. We're fucking pinning right on, dude. We are like tractor beaming that gamma bar on 5750, aren't we? Or sorry, I said 57. I said 5750. It's 5740. I'll show it to you guys right now. So the call wall, or the call wall, I'll tell you that we're pinning the call wall today. Let me show you where this is. It's kind of funny to look at this right now. So this will change, but note this. We're in this like pin into the close today. I wonder what happens when all that gamma dies. I'll show you guys this pin right here. Pin. I'll put this in the brief too. And what's crazy is the pin will end on Monday over the weekend or Friday. Or when we get to the close today, it'll start unpinning. Just save that. This is kind of a neat little thing right here. You guys want to see this on the show? Hold on. We were talking about it earlier. Hang tight here. SPX gamma. Changes on Monday. Save that. Bring this down right there. And we'll post this for you. It's kind of fascinating. Select files. There's like no market underneath this. There's like literally no market. Take a look at Bookmap right now. Insert. I'm going to post this right now to you. If you can let people know in the Discord, I'd appreciate it. Publish. And I'll show you guys. I'll show you the pin right now. There's a giant fucking pin, like, right? See that blue line? It's like a magnet. Look at it. It's just like, as the day is ending, it's just like magnet, like right there. 27 million. And we've got 273 up here. You just keep smashing it. Bam, bam. And all the gamma up here has disappeared. There's nothing up there of consequence today into the close. We'll get new information on Monday. Must trade to gamma bar. I'm gonna fly to the ointment. Yeah, there's a Simon. There's a fucking. It's been here all day. I put the gamma up this morning, and I was like, God damn. Like, it's just look at it. Do you want to see how crazy it is? I showed it earlier. Hold on a second. I'll show it how crazy it looks. And there's like no market underneath this. There's like nothing. Look at this stupid shit. This is the bar right here. Look at that. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at that. Oh, yeah. got that stuff down there. That fucking thing. All right. See if they do any partying in the close here. Or if they save it for Monday. What's going on, Chase? What's going on, brother? How you doing? You're getting all bared up there? You talking about that October crash? Talking about that Black Monday in October? Why weeklies? Why not just get like mid-November for the October crash? Black Monday. Weeklies in 2 weeks. Why not just get like I don't know, November fucking puts. Something OTM. Sell them to the suckers in the bottom after the crash. Oil is breaking down for a seasonal low next summer. But you know what's really fascinating about oil right now is that all the banks know this. So they're short as fuck on oil, and they can be squeezed in a meaningful way, and it can squeeze, and it's setting up. It's not there yet, but it's setting up for a squeeze. Oil is like primed. Like I was talking about it in a brief earlier this week, and I was like, I can understand someone willing to take the trade on the squeeze, even if it burns. Even if the trade burns, I can understand why. Like a lottery ticket. Is Julia talking about it on FinTwit? I haven't seen her in a while. I haven't been on FinTwit in a while, but sometimes she takes those trades. I've seen her take. She knows when it's about to happen. When oil is about to squeeze, or not that it's going to squeeze. That there's, if it does squeeze, you're going to make stupid money. Crashes now in January. I see pricing in I see the thesis for like pricing in a recession. I just don't know when it is. I don't know. I don't think they do it just yet. I think they do it I think they run us up and then they price us in for a recession. Up and to the right. The thing that I'm thinking about right now in the background, so I didn't give you guys a 2020. I kind of gave you a review there for 2025 earlier. But some of what we're looking at in 25 is quite bearish. It gets more bearish in a 26, 27, 28. But I don't want to give you guys that. I don't want to give you guys that review yet because it sucks calling crashes. It's like the worst thing you can do is call a crash. They'll just put the fucking screws to you, prove you wrong. I gotta give a lot of respect to people calling crashes all the time because they're always wrong, and even when they are right, they were wrong the other 11 times. But I did an outlook for 2020. So on Sunday, Monday, I did a deep dive on an outlook for 2025 because I have taxes coming up. I have homes that I've sold and I own. I bought some land. I'm doing some renovations that are about to ramp up. And so I'm like, we're coming into the end of Q3. And I'm like, I need a day or two to look into 25 and see, what am I going to do with my life, right? It's not just the show. It's like other responsibilities and expectations and all that kind of stuff. So I didn't release the bad one. You got kind of a portion of it today. But I'm going more bearish, Chase. Not yet, but I am. I wouldn't say I'm bearish. I would say in 25, I'm going to become cautious. I was talking to Joe last night about it. Or yesterday afternoon or something. We were at a meeting earlier in the day yesterday. And I was like, it's not necessarily like bearish. I was trying to relate it. I think I said, whatever corrections we have in 2025, I would be more cautious on an extra leg down. I would want more, not as freewheeling, like we're in a fucking bull market, we're going up, that kind of shit. More like, let's see a turn first. Let's get a couple back checks in there and make sure that's the last leg down. And then on the upside expectations, to not care if we make a new all-time high, just get out a little early and sit on my hands. So like, say a little bit more caution on bottoms and a little more temperance in upside expectations. So maybe I would label 2025 a cautious year. And I'm open to heading into 26 and 27, 28. I'm open into either a lost decade or a more violent market, at least. One or the other. And I think that inflation really rages next summer, or it begins to. And I don't think there's shit they can do about it. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about it. War. You guys want to talk about war a little bit? I've heard a lot of different takes on war with Russia. I'm in disagreement with some of my friends. Some of my friends think that if Russia blows up let's say a nuclear power plant in Ukraine, that would elicit an all-out World War III nuclear war. I disagree with that. I heard that lady was making the rounds. She had a book, and she was making the rounds, fear-mongering. Everything she said was bullshit. I was in U.S. Army Command for a very short time, and I sat in those meetings, and I never once saw war plans that were anything like what she said. She was wrong. I don't know what they were feeding her. I don't know if it was like, I'm assuming that whoever she was talking to was feeding her a story to be told to other countries, not you particularly, or it was for you or in other countries, but I've never seen that. I could not confirm what she said. It's bullshit what she said. If you know who I'm talking about, I forget her name, but I'm going to tell you right now, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. I'm assuming that was a piece, or I'm assuming that book is a psyop from the government, 100%. Because I have experience sitting there watching a fucking war plan. It's not like that at all. Anyways, war with Russia. I think if they blew up a nuclear power plant, it would be an opportunity for the U.S. to form a coalition with China. And I think China would be open to that. So I would be afraid if I was Russia, if I did something like that. And I don't think that causes World War III. if they launched a tactical nuke in Ukraine, that would trigger a conventional World War III, but not nuclear, and it would be with a coalition with China, in my view. Do I think there's like a chance of a nuclear war or a World War III? I don't know. I hope not. That whole fourth turn thing freaks me out. I think there's some semblance of reality in the fourth turn concept. That you do go through generations that remember things or pass information along or forget to pass things along, or you may not have any more experience of those major events in history, and that can be very dangerous. But it's not necessarily the same outcome. But it is dangerous. And I can see that today. I was young enough to remember World War II veterans before they all died. And I mean, like, when there was a lot of them. I'm old enough to remember them. And I remember Holocaust survivors. I had a Holocaust survivor that rented my family a home when I was young. And she had a tattoo on her arm. And we knew those people very close. They were very close friends of my family. And so I do have some of that experience from, like, World War II era. Depression era, and also my wife's family went through the Depression era in the U.S. and some of those people, believe it or not, right? I knew 25, 30 years ago, and they would get together in family reunions and talk about that stuff. They lived in the Dust Bowl, and it's wild to hear those stories. I don't know if that's probably a problem for us heading ahead. That younger generations don't have any of that experience. So there's like two issues for younger generations. The first one is that they don't have the direct experience related to them from older people. That's an issue. On a positive side, they do have a lot of optimism and optimism for the future, and I like that about younger generations. That does make me happy to see. When I speak to young people and what they want for the future, it's cool. I like seeing it, and I hope that they have that. I hope they have that ability to realize, like, self-fulfill that prophecy for themselves, and not stumble over not living through a world war, a civil war, a revolution, those kind of things. But they sound like they're willing to do it. That's what scares me. Because they've never experienced it. They've never had it related to them from people they trust as well. So that does scare me. If I had like a fear, it's that like they've experienced COVID, which was bad. And we've had pandemics. We've had pandemics in the past where we've been in similar situations of lockdowns, right? That's true in the United States we have. So that's their first experience of something like that. And that was pretty negative, right? The closures and lockdowns for young people was devastating. I had 2 children that went through it, and they are different. They are not like prior generations. Their childhood experience was way different than most kids. God, they're going to pin this fucker right into the bell. It's going to be an eye bleeder. That was awesome. I can't tell if that was just stolen plans that we slipped in bad shit in, or if we actually sunk it. If the U.S. sunk it, or if we had espionage and did that. It was one or the other. They either stole the plans from us and we intervened with fake plans. That's a big thing the U.S. does with China. We allow them to steal shit and we give them the wrong shit and then it breaks. So that's the most likely thing. I thought that was great, by the way. Yeah, your Opa. Yeah, hitting the wall nightly. My family My family has served our country every generation, and including this one, and or people in my family, my extended family. This would be the first time. I don't know about my kids if they're going to join or not. I can't stop them. I know that when I was young, I was not going to join the army. I was anti-war, and I was anti-war, and I'm a Democrat. And I remember I turned 17 and a half, and I joined. I joined at 17 and a half. That's when I joined the military. I didn't feel like I was doing my service, my honor to my father and my country. I owed my country something, and that was the path I chose. So, but my family has served in the military in the United States military, and prior to that, I even have an uncle. He fought for he fought for Germany in World War One, and then he was pressed into service in World War Two. Ready for this? He was pressed into service by England in World War II to fight Germany. He was taken prisoner as a POW. And they treated him well in the POW camps because he was a veteran of the German military in World War I. Can you believe that? My own dad was almost killed in action. My dad received a Purple Heart in Vietnam, and he got blown up by a grenade, and he also got a Bronze Star with an oak leaf cluster for his actions while that was happening. They were overrun, and he got pretty fucked up.
Taking a look at the market on close imbalance, the S&P 500.
So I do I have this weird
the sell side, the Nasdaq 100.
So I'll go to like family get-togethers.
Down 265 million to the side.
And if we go to like a family reunion or something,
3 million.
The last one I went to, I had met some family members I hadn't seen in probably 10 years or something. And my father-in-law we're all sitting around a table, and these guys all think I'm a Democrat, a liberal. And I'm like, oh, no, I'm a nationalist. And the whole table like stopped. And they're like, is this guy talking like he's a Nazi or something? And I'm like, no, I'm just a Democrat that, wants his country to be better than it is. And then the table like went back to what they were doing. But they're like, you're not a Trumper, you're not a MAGA, you're not Republican. And I'm like, no, but I'm old school Democrat. That's different thing. And they don't even like that. They think nationalism is MAGA, they don't want you stomp. They don't want you taking they don't like the old school patriot. They don't like it. Old fashioned patriot. That's a World War II patriot. You call that a based patriot? Piss off, rattle the cages with all my uncles and shit. My dad. Yeah, I'm an old school patriot or old school Democrat. Think of me more like Lyndon Johnson. Probably be a good description of my politics. If I had to describe my politics, I like Johnson. He's a fucking prick. Have you guys know anything about Johnson? If you're young and you've never, the LBJ's got some great auto and biographies out there, and they're fucking awesome. He had a lot of defects of character, but what a fucking guy, man. You couldn't pin him down on anything either. You're just like, why is he doing this? Johnson, dude, you got to read Johnson's stuff, man. You got to read why he did these things. It was fucking bizarre. You got to read, dude. Trust me. Read the auto and biographies about him. So you're just like, why did he do this and why did he do that? You're like, You're like, this guy's a civil rights president. And then, of course, sends millions of people to Vietnam. And you're like, why the fuck did he do this? And why the fuck did he do that? You know? And then he's like fighting communism. He's like telling, like there was like a UN meeting or some shit, a NATO meeting. And like, Charles de Gaulle is saying something about, take all your American flags out of France or something. And he's like, how about we dig up the 40,000 fucking bodies, bring those home with us too, that we died to save your fucking country, you know? Just like, whoa. Yeah, dude, he would open the door to the bathroom and like take a shit while he was negotiating with you. It's like, what? And then he chose not to run, right? Didn't he choose not to run for what happened in Vietnam, right? He was like, I'm not going to run because we fucked up in Vietnam. And, it's just bizarre. He's a bizarre guy. He's really like, he's not a normal Democrat in any way, shape, or form. He's got some head scratching shit going on. Like LBJ, like didn't he start like Social Security? I think he started like almost all of your socialist systems, most of them. I think he was an instigator of a lot of them. Did he do that or no? I'll have to look it up. I haven't read his books in years. I haven't read his books since I was a teenager. But they were good books. There's like 2 or 3 famous ones that I read. They're famous to this day. If you're young, read them. They're kind of hilarious. They're not hilarious, but they have consequences, of course, but very unusual for a president. Do I have a 90-second zero date? I've got some exposure to the upside for Monday. There's a problem here that we're pinned into the end of the day to this gamma bar. So we may not move. I'm expecting either the close today, over the weekend, or Monday for an outsized directional move on a close or over the weekend. I just don't know if it's today or if it's on Monday or after the bell. Last March we had a holiday on a Friday, like how OPEX is falling on a Monday. We had a holiday on Monday of last year, and they gapped us up like huge, like 1.7% on the Monday open. Talk about an ass blaster. Sucked to be short on a Friday close, and then you wake up Monday morning up 2 points. That would suck, wouldn't it? Yeah, he's a fascinating guy. LBJ was a fascinating guy. Like him or hate him. And the crazy part about LBJ is there's a lot of reasons to dislike him. Like LBJ is not a likable guy. He was all over the place. His of all the presidents, I think of the modern age is probably the one that I liked Eisenhower too. I liked Dwight D. Eisenhower. I liked him. What are your favorite? Tell me your favorite presidents. How about that? Right inside the chat right now, what your favorite presidents are. Who has been your favorite presidents? If you want like 1, 2, or 3, or fascinating. I find LBJ probably number 1 fascinating to me, and then I would say Eisenhower number 2. Trudeau. No shit. FDR. Captain. Lincoln, right on. Yeah, he speaks. He didn't make any comments, though, the other day, did he? I think it's going to be all... I think you expect Super Dove from Powell. If he even comments, I would expect Super Dove. He had another speech, and he didn't say anything. He didn't make any commentary. Oh, Millard Fillmore. Millard Fillmore. It said Millard, but it's Millard, isn't it? I find Reagan to be fascinating. I remember Reagan's impact was shocking. And you know what interests me about Reagan? Obama had the same impact and didn't make as many changes. I found Obama to be very benign. I expected more change out of Obama. But he reminded me when he ran, you couldn't really beat Obama, right? There was no candidate that was going to beat Obama. It was fairly easy to see. But Reagan had that same. I remember Reagan, and I was like, "Fuck this guy! No one could beat him. No matter what you were running for, you weren't beating Reagan." Obama was the same way to me. Clinton was like that to an extent. Bill Clinton, he was able to get you to like him, even if you weren't a Democrat. And Reagan had that same popularity. That's what I recall about Reagan. Grant is underrated. Yeah, I need to read some Grant. My father gave me a book for Grant, and I never read it. I should do more. I should look into looking up Grant more. I've got the cursory stuff. Okay, so market didn't do anything. Market pinned into the close. Gamma was fucky today. We had a 5740 pin. We whipped around it and then came back on it, and then they parked the market into the close. You have expectations over the weekend. Have yourselves a great weekend. I am going this weekend. I'm leaving in the next hour for a trip with my two daughters. I told you I'm spending time with them right now, so I'm going on another trip. We're going camping, and then I'm taking them to a Renaissance festival. So we're gonna dress up and do that this weekend. So I hope you all have a wonderful weekend as well. If you're down in Georgia, in Florida, I wish you well. I hope that you're not. I'm assuming you're not getting the show right now because of your power being out. But I do wish you well in the swift recovery, and that you haven't lost your entire lives, or you have insurance to cover any losses from what's going on down there right now. And for the rest of you, I will see you on Monday at 9:30 in the morning. Oh, I'll take some photos. Definitely. Hey, I got some photos. Hold on. Did I post? Oh, I posted a photo of the dock for you, right, with the dogs on it for last weekend when I took them camping. I'll find out some more photos. I'll put them up. I'll put some photos up. You guys have a great weekend.